All right, so we should be live. Pretty exciting stuff, don't you think? My plan for today is to plane and then some other stuff. So I have been working on this. Well, I've been working on this for a long time. So this is my homemade kiln where I dry wood. Doesn't work as well as it used to, but we're getting there. So this is a slab that I cut from a log that was on our property when we bought the house a few years ago. And my wife thought the log looked really ugly near the fire pit. And so I've converted it into a bench, but then I realized the bench had a lot of problems. And so now I'm trying to correct those problems. So I'm going to continue planing. I started planing this a while ago, but I had to stop because it was just too wet. And so put it in the kiln. Now it's a lot drier. It's not quite as dry as I want it to be, but I think it's dry enough that it should be fine planing down and moving forward. This is going to be an outdoor piece of furniture, bench for around the fire pit. So I'm not that worried about it being super dry. But I'd like it to be drier than it is, but we're gonna call it good enough. All right, so let me get out the planer, and we can start getting to work. Hey, got some chat. Got Ruiz and Billy. It's bedtime. No, it's the night is just beginning, Billy. And hey, I like those responses on the poll. Everyone has subscribed so far. Thank you very much. Keep it up. All right, let me get my planer out. All right, and plug in the planer and get out the dust extractor so that this doesn't make a huge mess everywhere. Let me see if the dust extractor is already full. Not too bad. So we can work on filling that some more. Billy and Ruiz, were you guys around the last time I tried planing this guy? And let's see. I think I'm unplugging the vacuum, which I shouldn't need in the meantime. Motion camera is so badass. Hey, we do what we can, man. We do what we can. All right, and then I'm gonna need. I'll just do that. I'm gonna need a hose to connect the planer to the dust extractor. And there we go. And now I'm going to need some in-feed and out-feed support. So this is what I used last time around. It's just about the right height. And I also used this. Which is also just about the right height. But if I feed that through, it's just going to push those around. So I am going to add some double stick tape. Not that you remember. Oh, that's fine. Not that you remember. Not that I remember, brother, about the cleaning. Okay. So the double stick tape generally does pretty well. If it's the first time that I'm laying it down. Once I put it down and then take it back up, it does not work very well re-sticking it on something, but it does really well the first time around. And it does pretty well with removing, coming off. So I'm a big fan of this double stick tape. And I'm just going to set it down and try and get it to set. And let's see, which is my smoothest side here. And I think that's the roughest side, so I'll put that down so that we're not running the workpiece on that. Tell me, everyone in the everyone that's watching, tell me in the chat where you're watching from and what time it is wherever you are. I think here, so I'm in Idaho in the United States, one of the United States. Idaho became a state in the year 1890 on July 3rd. 1890. And then I like to leave a little bit of the backing, an inch or so of the backing, so that it's easy for me to remove the backing from the tape. If I don't leave any backing, it causes problems. All right, so then take that. I hope this was the right height here. All right, so set that down. My weight should be plenty for getting it ready. Okay, now it's time for the workout. And what I was doing before was just skip planing it. So instead of like putting it on a sled, I'll just run it through and then flip it over, run it through again. And that seems to work pretty well. But I need to raise this up a fair amount. A little bit more. And let's see, how's the weather? Hot as hell. You know, the weather here isn't too bad. It was 90-ish yesterday or the day before, can't remember. But then a lot cooler today. It's supposed to be pretty cool tomorrow. By pretty cool, I mean in like high of 70. So 3:30 a.m. in Mississippi. Hey, Johnny, thanks for being here. And so it squares up for you. I hope so. I hope so. All right, so that should be able to go through. I'm actually going to lower that a little bit, and I'm going to lock it in and get some eye protection and ear protection. And we'll start going and see how this goes. All right, got a little stuck there, so I'm going to have to unstuck it. I guess I was trying to go a little too much at once. Let's see, driving home. Hey, Miner. Driving home, but will not be chatting, just listening. Hey, that's fine. Appreciate you joining in. Will it take a big chunk out? Not lined up right? It could. Look satisfied so far, if I had to guess. So far. Yeah, I'll hold the fort down, going to bed. Billy, so soon? All right, so it. I was trying to go a full. Turn, and it apparently did not like that. So I'll just raise it up a bit. So I don't know if you can see these marks, kind of divots there, where the planer is like, that's too much at once. So it has a bit of a twist to it. I don't know how well you can see the twist, and then a bunch of uneven places. So I had epoxy and polyurethane as my finish on this. So I'm having to remove all of that. So you can see in this area, it still has the epoxy and polyurethane in here. It still has a little bit of the epoxy. Then over here, it's down to the fresh wood. And then on this side, still has some epoxy and stuff in here, a little bit in there, down in that corner. So, and then there's a lot of rot that I probably should have removed before, but didn't. So it might pull out some chunks on that, but I'm not too worried about that because it's on the underside and who cares, right? No one's going to see it. All right, let's come back over here. And we'll lower it back down here. And I think I'll only take half turns going forward. All right, let's see if that's slow enough to get going again. All right. Wow. Maybe I need to stick to quarter turns. Although, you see, that took off almost all of the poly. See a couple more dots here. And then there's still a bit of epoxy still showing up there. That was a good pass. But maybe I need to go just quarter turns instead of half turns because I had to struggle getting that out a bit. All right. All right. Oh, you know what? I haven't been releasing that. No wonder. No wonder. Okay. I locked down the deal on my first cut, and I haven't been adjusting it. I haven't been unlocking it. So, oh, smart. Very smart. Okay. All right, let's try locking it in and then unlocking it to make our adjustments. Let's see if this is better. All right. You don't want to track me? All right. Here we go. Should have guided that one in instead of letting it go over to the side here. So it's getting blocked because it's too far off to this side. It can't go through. So it needed a little bit more guidance than what I provided. Shame on me. Shame on me. All right. Try that again. All right. This thing really does not want to get planed. I'm doing just 1/4 inch amounts at a time, and it's still getting bogged down. All right, I think I see my problem. See this little part right here sticking out? That is, I don't know if you could see it. So there's a little part down here sticking out, and I think that's getting trapped on the side rail, the little guide on the edge. So I should probably just cut that off, but I'm not going to, at least not right now. All right. Hopefully I can guide it better going forward. Hey, Keith, how's it going? Thanks for being here. Hey, sometimes my tracking camera will actually track. All right. Thanks for being here, Keith. Well, wait a second. Let me look at the poll results here. What? Look at all these terrible people that have come through. 29% terrible people? Oh, man. I was hoping for better people coming through today. But you know, Keith, you've come through, so sweet. Thanks for being here. Okay. All right, we're gonna keep on planing. Hopefully, keeping that part that juts out from going through and getting stuck. And I don't know if you can tell the sweat coming through right here, but yeah, I'm getting a bit of a workout here. That is getting pretty close to done. All right, so you can see most of my poly and epoxy is gone. I've got a little bit more in this area. I've got a crack forming here that maybe it was previously filled with epoxy. And then some other gaps opening up that were probably previously filled. Yeah, it looks like that was filled with a filler that never really set that great. Got a significant crack here. So we're getting pretty close. I mean, that's pretty flat, and I'm not really that worried about it being perfectly flat and having a parallel flat side on the other end. So I think this probably still has a bit of a twist to it. Yeah, it does. Not as much as I was expecting. I don't know if you can see the twist on camera or not, but there's a slight twist to it. But not too bad. And then on this bottom side, I think we're pretty close to done, really. Or at least pretty close to as done as I wanted to bother with. All right, let's go a couple more times and call it good. Hey, Two Dudes has become a member. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. Which camera are you using? So this camera is the Emit Pixie. It is a tracking camera. It'll do 4K. This guy is an S22, a Galaxy S22 from Samsung. And I've got affiliate links in the description of the video for both of those. So if you want to get you want to pick one or more of them up, feel free. Was thinking of getting the Pixie you like. Yeah, I do. Sometimes the tracking kind of stops. I'm not exactly sure why. I still need to do a little bit of research on making sure the tracking continues. But otherwise, yeah, it's great. I think I like the picture quality. I like the tracking feature. It's just USB-C, so it's easy to connect to pretty much anything. So yeah, overall, I think it's been pretty good. But yeah, the one thing is that sometimes the tracking kind of stops for whatever reason. So how hard was it? Oh, not hard at all. Plug it in. There's a separate software that I might have had to install, but if I did, it wasn't really that complicated. And then in that software is where you say, hey, I want it to track. And that's pretty much all I had to do. And then I can just use the Pixie in my, I use OBS for streaming and recording. So I just use that as a video capture device. And so it works pretty well. But yeah, let me know if you have any questions. I'm happy to help with it. Yeah, it wasn't difficult to set up. So, all right, let me do a couple more passes on this guy. I don't remember if I've lowered it yet. Probably not. Maybe I did. Let's just lock it in to be sure. right, I think I'm going to call that planed enough. Like I said, I think I still have a twist in it, but it's actually not really rocking too much on the board underneath. Um, huh. I just get out a square here and just kind of test. I mean, that's pretty good. Let's get out something a little longer. All right. So I see a little bit of a twist here. But overall, I'd say that is highly acceptable. Yeah. So I think this is ready for next steps. So you may have noticed that my piece here has the remains of 4 tenons that used to be the legs. And especially note on this one how far in it is. These ones are, a little closer to the corners. That one not as much. But I didn't have my legs splaying out, and especially having the leg so far in. This guy was not very stable, and so that's part of why I removed the legs and decided to just plane this. Was because I knew that I would need to do some work on that. Now, I'm not going to worry about filling in all this crap. I might try to sand off some of this with like a flap disc on an angle grinder, just so I'm not, I'm not going to try to do an orbital sander here, a random orbital sander on that. But I might just try to smooth this out a little bit so it's less likely to give people splinters. But this is the underside. I'm not really worried about how pretty it is. I just need it to be functional. So the legs are right here. Just made these out of some firewood. So I am going to put a little bit of an angle on them so that they splay out. And whichever leg I put here, I'll probably put more in the corner. And rather than trying to redo the tenon and mortise that I did pretty poorly before, I'm just going to do dowels. I think I can do a 1-inch dowel on these. They're about, on average, they're more than 1 3/4 inches wide in diameter. So I think if I do a 1-inch dowel, that should be pretty good. And yeah, and I'll try to go a little bit closer to Well, on that one, I probably don't want to go any closer to the corner, just because it's rotted in there. So that might be my spot for that one. But let's see. If I just aim for 1.5 inches in on all sides, let's see what that does for me. Hello, there we go. All right, so, all right, 1.5 and 1.5. 1.5 and kind of 1.5. One and a half. 1.5. 1.5 and 1.5. All right, so I think those are my spots. So I am going to try to do my, whoa, I should take this off of that support. Before I try to get my marks here. So that one's kind of tenuous. The pun actually was not intended with the whole tenon versus tenuous. All right, I think I'm going to try a 1-inch dowel. What am I using to do 2 cameras? Johnny, I'm using OBS. So I have my OBS set up. So I can, right now I'm doing just vertical view. And I can alternate between my current view, which has this camera below and that camera on top. And I can switch it like that, or I can go either or. Obviously, my going either or makes it so that I've got a taller picture, but I'm cropping off some of the stuff to the sides. So in some respects, I prefer this because I have a little bit more screen to work with. So yeah, OBS on a laptop? No. So I was using a laptop, an old laptop, my wife's old laptop, basically, that she wasn't using anymore. And I decided that it was not good enough to do what I wanted to do. And so what I'm doing right now is I've got these 2 separate cameras feeding into OBS and streaming. But I'm also at the same time recording both of these cameras to the computer. And so I'm streaming, but I'm also capturing the horizontal view that I can use for long form videos after the fact for editing and everything. So this is my first live that I've been trying to do just vertical view. Lately I've been doing horizontal view lives, well, dual format. So I'm able to do a horizontal as well as a vertical. The problem with that is that those ones don't really get pushed very hard among the vertical view. The only place to find them is in the shorts feed. And so like if you wanted to watch the vertical view version, you would have to go through the shorts feed to get to it. Whereas when I'm doing a dedicated vertical view live stream, you can just go to my channel. It can pop up on, on the homepage, or in the if you're subscribed, then you can get updates and notifications and all that sort of thing. So anyway, that's so I'm trying this out. We'll see how it does. See if I keep doing it this way or not. So not on a laptop. You can do OBS on a laptop. The more powerful the laptop, the more capable you can make it. But I don't think there are too many laptops that could do what I'm doing with OBS, where I'm recording 2 different camera feeds and also streaming at the same time. But if you wanted to just take the 2 different camera feeds and stream either or both of them simultaneously through OBS, you could definitely do that with most decent laptops. So even my old laptop, that was my wife's old laptop, even that one could work for that. So, but it couldn't handle the recording part. So also it couldn't do the 4K. So I was trying to do horizontal 4K output, and that was a little too much to ask for that laptop. But it could do 1080p just fine. So yeah, so if you just have an old laptop and you want to do a 1080p feed, especially if you're doing vertical view, because I don't think YouTube will accept anything more than essentially a 1080p. 1080 by 1920 is your format. Then might as well. It should work just fine. Yeah, and let me know if you have any questions. So I'm using a 1-inch Forstner bit, my handheld drill. I'm thinking that the workpiece is going to be heavy enough that I'm not going to have any trouble with it moving around on me. Keith says, I need to figure out what I need for a computer to handle my YouTube along with my laser engraver. Okay. Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, the more powerful the computer, the better off you are. But I don't know what the laser engraver requirements would be, but I would. I mean, it's going to need different things than what your YouTube streaming is going to need. So I'm happy to work with you on that offline. So if you want to shoot me an email or leave a comment on one of my videos, we can get in touch on what you need and what that looks like. A little update on the poll: 78% say, of course, they have subscribed. 0% say, I was just thinking I need to. And we only have 22% terrible people so far in our poll results. So I think that's a little bit better than last time I was looking at it. Oh, and then anyone who wants to become a member, like Keith did earlier, is welcome to do that. You get early access to videos, and depending on which level you select, you can get gifts, you can get shout outs, you can get all sorts of fun stuff. Hi, Andy Lowe. Thanks for being here. Subbed from West Does It. Oh, sweet. Yeah, West Does It is another great channel. I actually have a membership over there. And I think he's a member here too. Power. Forstner bit. Love it. All right. So I previously marked out 1.5 inches from my corners. And so now I'm going to just drill down about an inch, probably, give or take. Let's see. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll do 1.5 inches. Is that going to be too far down to go? Do I think 1.5 inches? That's not too far. It'll be fine. So I'll just grab some painter's tape and mark out 1.5 inches. I'm just taking my measuring tool here and marking with the painter's tape at about 1.5 inches. So then when my hole gets down about that far, I'll know to stop. About there. All right. And I punched those, so it should be relatively easy to find where to start. Okay, I think I went a little too deep because yeah, maybe a tiny bit. Couldn't really tell on my painter tape there. Okay, my hole here is a little dicey. Okay, I really like these Forstner bits. I don't have the link in my in this channel description or this video description, but I do in several others. It's the Famag Formax, and they are slick. They're pricey, but I like them a lot. A lot of the other ones, like I got a set from Harbor Freight before, and they just really struggle. You're constantly having to pull them out. Hey there. The ones I have from Harbor Freight, you're constantly having to pull them out versus just being able to just go to town and drill your hole. So I'm a big fan of these guys. There we go. And actually, I'll leave that in. And I'm going to vacuum those out. If I can. Oh, I unplugged my vacuum, remember? That I could plug in my dust extractor. So let me plug in my vacuum again. Okay. And while I'm thinking about it, I should clean up this planer mess because, and I'll start by emptying out the dust extract. Whoa, yeah, that's maybe a little more full than I should have let it get. When the dust is piling out, surprised that the hose is not more filled with stuff. Okay. Did you guys see how full that was? The dust extractor was spilling out when I opened it up. So gives you a bit of an idea. Now, a lot of times I'll use my dust extractor shreds or my planer shreds as mulch in my garden. I'm not going to do that with this because it has epoxy and stuff in it. So I am going to take it to the garbage can. And let me get a flashlight here so that I can see better. Just use my little headlamp here. And I often forget to turn off the headlamp when I get back in. So if you would remind me. Little different to do this with headphones and everything else on here. I'm not sure why I'm still wearing the headphones. And flip the hat around. All right, so don't let me forget to and let's see, I should do that the other direction, like this. All right, so let me open up the door here. It's a little dark because, again, it's like 3 in the morning. Sometimes I have difficulty sleeping. So we'll find our way over to garbage can. And dump it in. All right. And we'll head back. There's the air conditioner. And we're back. Hi. Thanks for reminding me to remove that. And I'll put that away. And then I will continue putting away the planer mess so we can move on to our next steps. Let's see if I can get this off the ground. Hey, that wasn't too hard. Remove the double stick tape. And I'll throw this guy over here, plywood storage cart area. Get this guy. He's a little harder to get. There we go. Put him over here too. And get that double stick tape off the ground. All right. And there we go. And let's finish getting the dust extractor put away over here. And we'll just throw him in that corner and unplug him. And actually, let me vacuum him out a little bit before I put him away. Uh-oh. Hey, Bearded Viking, thanks for being here, dude. Let's see. And we got radar. Let's see. Johnny asks, how does the early access work? Haven't figured that out. So, Johnny, when I schedule a video, I schedule it to go public on a certain date, and I just say it's members only until that time. And yeah, thanks, Radar, and Tim List is in the house. Radar, Tim List, Bearded Viking. Yeah, somebody's up early. That is an interesting observation. I wouldn't exactly say I'm up early since I haven't gone to sleep yet. So 3:38 here, Mountain Time, in Idaho. But yeah, thanks for being here, everybody. As I clean up my my planer mess and move on to our next steps. So I really need to make myself a cart for this thing. Although for this project, that probably wouldn't have worked that well because of how heavy my my workpiece is. Ugh. That handlebar was biting me in the tuchus. So try to put that away. All right. And now I'll do a little bit more cleanup, and then we can move on to getting some dowel holes into, well, actually, I don't want to do the dowels into the legs yet. I want to do the offset, the splaying. right, that's clean enough for now. We'll do better cleanup later. All right, so next I'm going to need the miter saw and connect the shop vac there. Oh wow, yeah. Morning, Daniel. How you guys doing? Hey, y'all. Morning, Tim. Woke up drinking coffee. Oh, hey, look, we've got our terrible person ratio is going down. That's awesome. We're down to 18% terrible people. So 82% have already subscribed. All right, so I'm going to put those down for a second. All right. So what I was talking about before is that on this bench, the first time I did it, I had my legs too far in. Let me bring you back over here. All right. I had my legs too far in, so you can see where the tendons are here. This one's pretty much in the same place as before. This one's a little bit further out now. But I had my legs too far in, and I didn't have them splayed out. And so in some cases, they were kind of splayed in, actually, which made this whole thing not very stable when it was on the ground. And so people that were unaware could easily find themselves on their butts on the ground instead of on the bench. So that's why I cut these guys off, and I'm kind of starting over on that. So I want all of these splaying out a little bit instead of being straight up and down. So but I just want a slight splay. So I think I'm just going to do 5% or 5 degrees. Something along those lines. And that should give me plenty of splay, plenty of support. What do you guys think? 5% enough? Should I go for more? Let me know in the chat. Do you think 5% is going to be sufficient, or 5 degrees? Why do I keep saying 5%? Think 5 degrees splay is going to be enough, or do I need 10 or 15? I think 15 is going to be way too much. I was thinking maybe 7.5 degrees. Why do I keep wanting to say percent? But anyway, that's my next step. So if you don't think 5 degrees is a good number, let me know right away, because otherwise I'm just going to cut them, and you'll have to just hold your peace. So here we go to the miter saw. Or to the miter box, as some might say. Five degrees should be good according to radar. All right. I will take that confirmation and run with it before someone else has a chance to tell me differently. All right, and I've already have it set to 5 degrees. So I've already got a 5 degree. I don't really want to make them shorter than I have to, but I'm also wanting to cut these to the same length, because none of them are actually the same length right now. So I tried to kind of make them level, because when I did my bench before, it was definitely not level. you know, it was pretty wonky. I just used an electric hand plane, and not very well. um, and so it was pretty wonky. There's twist, there was unevenness everywhere, and then I made my mortises with a router rather than a Forstner bit, and I didn't really do that great on my mortises. um, and so everything was uneven. So I'm hoping that I can be a little bit more even now. So I want to cut since I've got this pretty much um, level, I want to cut the legs to the same length. Um, so that's, so I'm going to cut off as little as I have to. And I was going to start with the shortest one, which I believe is this guy. Yeah. So this is my shortest one. So I'm going to cut him, and then I want to set up a stop block for the other pieces. So let's do this. All right, let's see if that'll work. All right. And then I want it to be on the same plane. So let's try that. All right. Some nice cracks there and there. But I think that's pretty close to what I wanted. So now I need to set up a stop block. But the tricky thing is that my point is going to be past here, so I can't just set up a stop block by clamping right there. So I need to clamp over here somehow. So I think what I'm going to do is just going to cut out a piece of this and then clamp him to here anyway. But that should give me a way to do it. So let me try that. Let me get out bandsaw. Well, one of the bandsaws. I may have a bandsaw addiction. I only have two right now. This is actually not the one that I should be using for this cut, because this is my 1/8 inch blade, which is intended for curvy cuts. I have a 3/4 inch blade on my other bandsaw, intended for straight cuts and resawing. But that one is a little bit warped, meaning, oh, you know what? Let me get, if I want to do any dust collection, I'm going to need the adapter that is on the floor attachment at the moment. There we go. I need to clean up some of these scraps and other stuff. All right. So power over here. We'll remove the miter saw for a moment. Coffee's ready for Tim List. Let's see, got to get ready for work. If you're still on when I drive to work, I'll jump back on. Hey, thanks, Johnny. Thanks for being here. Blessings, says Tim List. Agreed. All right. So here's my work piece. I don't know if I'll need a push stick, but all right, I think that should be enough. To remove. So I'm just going to lock in my homemade fence here. This is just a Craftsman 12-inch bandsaw. They were quite ubiquitous. So there are a bunch of them that have been made. So I'm just going to cut two around here, and then I'll turn it and cut the rest of it off. So, and cut out this chunk here. So let me get the vacuum and then the bandsaw. I'm going to lower the guide here. All right. Take my clamps off, and then right about to there. All right, unplug the bandsaw, take my vacuum back over to the miter saw, plug the miter saw back in, get my bandsaw out of the way. Well, I probably should have taken the clamps off. And put those clamps away so that I know where to find them next time. And then I've got my stop block. And I've got my stop block. Hey, get over here, tracking camera. I'm right here, tracking camera. Hey, I love you too. All right, so now I've got my stop block. So I'm just going to try to place that. Now I need one of those clamps again. I'm just going to try to place that right where all right, so I accidentally moved this a little bit. So I need to reset where my stop block should be. There we go. Right about there. And it'd probably be better if I had the clamp facing the other direction, but I'm not going to move it now. All right. So now time to cut the rest of these. Keith just showed up. Oh, okay, crew just showed up. Time to go start sweating. I hope everyone has a blessed day. Thanks, Keith. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Catch you next time. All right, so let's see if we've got a natural splay already on these at all. Doesn't look like it too much. So we'll just do it right there. All right, so now all four of those should be pretty much the same length and with my 5-degree cut on all of them. So I'm just going to open up the Moxon vise. We'll do one at a time. All right, and I just want to get these to be basically flush with my workbench. Don't know if that's going to work because what I want to do is be able to drill straight down on my 5-degree angle, or 5-degree angle. Thought I said it wrong again. So I'm afraid I'm probably just going to have to yeah, darn it. So I was hoping to just be able to go, straight down, but I'm going to have to go at an angle here. So let me see if I think it'll be easier if I have it facing the other direction. Right now, it's angling that way, which means that I would have to come at it from over here. I mean, I'm kind of exaggerating the angle there, but I'd rather come at it from over here. So all right. So now I need to find center. Get my square. This is not a perfect circle. So I should keep that in mind. But I'm probably still going to treat it as if it were. Okay. Huh. My pen is dying here. Okay, that was pretty terrible. Need a different utensil here. That works better. Okay. So my center here. And I'm going to remove my 1.5. Actually, you know what? I'm going to leave the 1.5. All right. Hopefully I can do this properly. Okay. First one done. What do you guys think? All right. On to our next. square here. And need that to be up a little bit. This one kind of looks almost like a perfect square or perfect circle. Pretty close. Come on. Our center is there. Hopefully you guys can see this all right. This one's a little bit more straight up and down, but not quite. Okay. 2 down. The ones that are done, I need to move more out of the way. Make sure I don't accidentally do a dowel hole on the opposite end of those ones. Hey, I've got that one in almost completely straight. Close enough. Okay. 3 down. And these are just 1-inch dowel holes that I'm putting in. And last one. And this one looks a little wider than the last couple. Oh. All right, last one. Wish me luck. Like I said, really like these Forstner bits. They work really well. And that pen does not work that well. So get rid of it. And I can unplug the miter saw for now. Don't anticipate need to use that for a while. And clean up our mess. Put that on my all right, good enough for now. All right, now I've got dowel holes on both my bench and my legs. Hopefully, I've drilled these in such a way that I can get a good contact there. Don't have much good contact right there, but hopefully there's enough other stuff to allow it. Maybe I'll use one of these thicker pieces for that one. All right, but now I need the dowels. And my dowel kit only has 3/8 inch dowels, which means that I need to make some dowels. So who wants to make some dowels with me? Let's see, I think I'm going to need my table saw for that. Actually, I might need the bandsaw first. Let me hook up the old bandsaw. And I already have the appropriate attachment there. Plug it in. All right, so I've got a bunch of wood. Got a bunch of construction grade wood, some redwood, some oak, some cedar, some cherry. Outside, I've got a bunch of pear and sycamore that I still need to mill. But I think for this project, I'm going to use maple. So let me get at the maple. Let's see, I think I want to use this guy. So I've got these planks of maple cut into 6/4, which is essentially 1.5 inches. They're rough, but that's okay for now. All right. And that wants to fall down. So and we'll just do that for now. All right. So I've got some cracking. Hey, over here. Over here. Hey, how's it going? Long time no see. How you been? All right. So got some cracking on these, but this is some maple that should be very hard. And yeah, if I go from this edge, and I just try to take off enough so that I've got something to work with, then I can go from there. So let me try this. I'm going to try to take as straight a piece off as I can, and we'll see how well that works. And I'll switch you over to just this one so that you get what I hope is the best view. We'll see how that goes. And I'm going to not use my fence quite now. It means I need to move my guide up so I can extract the fence. And then I want to put it back down. Okay. So I want to just cut that as cleanly as I can, as straight as I can, but I'm not that worried about it being perfect because I'm going to turn this on the lathe. So this has to be pretty close. All right, here we go. I'm going to lock in the brakes. And this 1/8 inch blade might not be good enough for cutting through this maple. I might need to go to the other bandsaw, which is more powerful, but it leaves a messier cut. But I shouldn't really have to worry about that because I'm going to be turning it on the lathe anyway. So what do I care? All right, my problem so far is not the blade, it's that my guide is too low. There we go. Let's try that. And you can see that was super straight, right? But I've got a crack in that. So let me actually take off a little bit more. See. Got lots of cracks in here. So I'm going to take off the cracks there and do the checking on both ends, and then we'll go from there. That looks pretty good. I've got a little bit of cracking up here, but I think most of that will be in the part that gets removed from my piece. So, and then up here, there's some issue there, but hopefully I don't even need that. So I'm going to add my fence back, even though I don't have a great anything to work with there. Not a straight side or flat or anything, but I just need, if I just call it 2 inches there. Actually, I'm going to go 2 1/4. I'm willing to waste a little. And use my homemade fence again on the bandsaw. And I'll just cut that. All right, here we go. Hey, Lions. Hey, Heather. Thanks for being here. Let's see. What else have I missed? Oh, okay. Nice shopping merch link. Oh, thank you, Heather. Thanks for noticing. Anyone who wants to, buy some Pelado merch, feel free. Go ahead and join the Pelado merch club. You can also subscribe or become a member. All the things. So feel free to join the chat. Hit the like button. All the good stuff. So all right, here we go. Well, I messed that up. I think I just broke that blade. Yeah, still spinning. Yeah, that wasn't smart. So let me show you what I did and why it was dumb. So my cut started, I was trying to follow this line on the fence, and you'll notice that, this is not a straight line on my workpiece, right? But I was thinking, if I just follow this line, this is mostly straight here. This obviously is not. But then as I started going in, my blade wandered down here, which is no wonder when it's just an eighth of an inch thick. And so I was like, oh, okay, let me back it up and try to get it going straight. And I figured it wouldn't be that bad that that I've got this cut going in there, because I could probably still salvage that without too much trouble. But then it started going in again, even though I thought being careful to keep this to the fence, but it kept wandering, and so then I tried pulling it back again, and the blade got caught in the wood, and yeah. But it looks like the blade might not actually have cut. Looks like it might just be yeah. Looks like the blade is still intact. it just came off the wheel. Go. The fence out of the way. And the blade. Definitely have the blade bent there. But yeah, I don't think I should try using this blade again, even though it's not actually broken. But maybe it would be okay. All right. So what I probably should have done is just use my jointing jig over on the table saw. All right. Let's see. Some back and forth motion seemed to be working pretty well until it wasn't. All right, I'm going to put some gloves on here. I've had too many bandsaw blade related injuries lately. All right. Oh, let me bring the camera over here so you can see what it is that I'm trying to do. So just secured it in the vise, and then it seemed to like so it was stuck down here. Feeling like maybe the wood is just really pinching it right now. But it'd really be nice to be able to back it out. Here we go. Come on. I'm feeling like I should probably just cut the blade. There we go. You probably heard me threatening to cut it. It's like, oh, I better get out of there. Whew. All right. Now to do what I probably should have done from the beginning. Table saw time. I mean, I guess I could get out the jointer. But why would I get out the jointer when the table saw can do the same thing in a fraction of the time? And the jointer is all the way on the floor, and it's kind of heavy. So I don't really want to deal with that right now. All right, hopefully my jointer jig can accept something this thick. Let's find out. And we know this is a jointer jig because on the label, because it's labeled to say jointed edge. So let's see if this can even hold this piece. I'm having my doubts at the moment. I didn't really build it with this in mind. So let's see if it's even has the capacity. And don't know that it's going to work. Yeah, I might have to use the jointer because these guys, so I'm just using some match fit hardware, but this piece is too thick. So it's not going to work. Sorry. So time for the jointer, which is all the way in the corner back there, back behind the planer. So let me undo the brakes on the bandsaw. So I can move it out of the way. And move the bandsaw cover. Well, I'm not going to reattach the cover quite yet because I know I'm going to have to do something different with the blade. All right, let me get that blade out of the way. And fence out of the way. And I don't really want to have to move all of this stuff off the workbench, but the jointer is going to need some workbench space. Lots of extra maple here. Okay, this is the 2 horsepower motor that I want to put into the other bandsaw. And this is the jointer. And let me get my dust collection set up. So you would think that this would go in nicely, but it just doesn't quite fit. So I'm going to remove the gloves. I'm not dealing with the blade anymore. And shouldn't have gloves when working with most other woodworking tools, because a blade can grab the glove and drag your hand into it. And I would rather not have that happen to me today. That's all right with you? Johnny's back. Sweet. Hooray, Johnny's back. And let me just double check on this here. All right, so for my dust collection, I'm going to need some tape. So I like to use painter's tape. All right, I think we've got that working properly now. So just take some here, attach it there, attach that guy, wrap it around, and we got a seal. All right. And get my workpiece here. We'll joint this edge as best we can. And then we'll take it over to the table saw, or to the, to the table saw. And then to the lathe. Well, no, and then to the miter saw, possibly. All right, I don't love that I've got this and this going on, but I'm not going to worry too much about it. At least not yet. Maybe I should. But I'm just not gonna. So bandsaw out of the way some more. Table saw in the way. All right. So now I have a jointed edge. Then I can run against my fence. Let me raise my blade height. And go to 1.5 because that should be essentially my width. So right now I'm just trying to basically square it off. Lock that in. All right. It's easier to turn it on when I plug it in first. Have any of you experienced that before? Did I put the legs on? Not yet. So I've got the legs. I've got dowel holes drilled in the legs and here. Now I'm making the dowels. So making them out of some maple, some hard maple. Do I have a hand planer? I do actually have some hand planes right here. I rarely think to use them though. Yeah, so I've got a block plane, little Stanley block plane. I've got a Miller's Falls number, I don't know, number small. And then I've got a Stanley Handyman that's probably a number 4 or 4.5-ish. Maybe a 5, I don't know. So yeah, hand tools are not my specialty, for sure. All right. So that's plugged in, and here we go. All right, so if you'll remember, I did not remember, this is the piece that I cut into with my bandsaw. And then I also have the issues over here. Potentially issues there and here. So a chunk of this is not going to be too usable, but I could potentially cut it off here and maybe in here and make some dowels out of this section. But I'm definitely going to need more than that. So I'm going to cut another chunk here, and my table saw doesn't really like cutting through hard maple. So see how we do here. Did a little bit better that time. So here's all the burning on that first cut, and then here's the burning on the second cut. Not as bad, but still not great. So I'm going to use the miter saw to, actually I'll just, since I've already got the table saw set up, I'm going to move this stuff out of the way, move the fence out of the way, and get my crosscut sled. And I'll just use the crosscut sled to make the cut rather than having to set up the miter saw. And move the stop block out of the way. And this will make it so I can more easily connect to the lathe. All right. You guys see? All right. Should be good. Okay. That's not good. Actually, that's not good because I needed to raise it up because now I'm cutting through, you know, I've got the width of the crosscut sled that I need to account for. Got some nice flat, and then I'm gonna, oh, okay, sounds like I've got an alarm here. All right. So this is where that cut went awry. So I'm just gonna cut it off right there. Probably need to cut off more than that. That's probably enough. But I'll start with this, and if I don't have enough from here, so I need basically 3-inch dowels, 4 3-inch dowels, which would be 1 foot. So this should definitely be enough for that. So I'm going to unplug this and push it out of the way for the moment. And we need to get the lathe out. How many of you have seen me use the lathe before? Let me know in the chat if you have experience seeing me use the lathe. If you do, you are select because I have not used it very much. So probably very few of you, if any, have actually seen me using the lathe. This lathe was manufactured in the 1930s, so it is not new. I'm not sure why my tool rest is resting so low. There we go. All right. All right. So need to find center. On both sides of this guy. I'm just going to go from one diagonal to the other. And again. And I'm going to punch the center. And same thing on the other side. Okay, and punch the center. All right, get that stuff out of the way. And all right, I'm going to use my mallet here to smack that into place. Because I want it to actually grab onto it. So I think that should work. And then All right, and then I'll lock this down. As securely as I can. Get that out of the way. And drive that in. I'll back off of it a little bit. And then let's see if that will actually spin. I'm moving away. All right, looks like that works. So I've been told to have the tool rest about a finger length or finger width apart. Finger width away from the workpiece. And should I try the carbon steel tools, or should I just go straight to the carbide? What do you guys think? Radar likes the lathe. Sweet. Thank you. Yeah, it's an old Sears Roebuck, like I said, from the 1930s. Hey, Delan. Good to see you. Good show last night with Soldier Farms. That was fun. But yeah, Tim, see you later. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. All right, I think I'm gonna break out the carbide tools because I want to see how well they do, for one, and I don't want to be at this forever. So let's see how they do. I guess we'd get to do a box opening here, huh? This set was recommended by Todd over at LJ Woodworks. So let's see how it goes. All right. All right, quite a bit of residue on this stuff. So all right, so that's a diamond shape. And yeah, they've got like a Vaseline or something on them. So I'm not sure. I'll open this up later. Let me just try the carbon steel. See if I can get things done with that relatively quickly. All right. Let's see. Let's start with the Continental. It's relatively sharp. Let's see how it does. All right. Here we go. All right, so I think I've still got a little ways to go, but let me get the calipers here and just test where I'm at. All right, so I still have about 1/5 of an inch to remove in that area. But I'm going to move on to over here. Now the center tends to be the most squirrely. So it's the least supported. And so I think it tends to have a little bit more chatter. So like right in here, I think is going to be my most difficult area to do. See if I'm missing anything in our chat so far. The land going to work. Hey, have fun. Appreciate you stopping in. Like button activated. Everyone else is welcome to hit the like button as well. We always appreciate that. So, hey, tracking, how you doing? All right. Here we go. So over here, I've got it pretty much round. In here, not so much. Just interesting. All right, I'm going to move this again. I feel like my tool is getting pretty dull. So I might need to switch to a different tool and or sharpen this guy. All right, let's see where we're at on this. One 1.27, 0.22, 0.35, 1.21, 0.3. Okay. Okay. Let me scoot this over here. Actually, right there for now. And I'm going to scoot my tool rest in. All right. And I'm going to switch to my other continental gouge. I'm hoping is a little bit sharper than that one right now. I'm going to tighten this up a tiny, like a quarter turn here. Hopefully that'll keep it from stopping so much. So right now I'm just testing to see how round it is. I'm getting a little bit of vibration here and here. So it's still not rounded in those areas. Test my width here. I know it's not uniform, but 1.0, oh, that's all right. Right in here is almost exactly an inch. So I don't really want to go any thinner than right there. See where I'm at now. Got a little too thin right there, down to 0.94, but otherwise we're doing pretty well. And actually, I don't think I want to use right there anyway because I've got a chunk chipped out. So this is pretty much all done. So let's try and match that up in this middle section. Okay. So that crack is not even where it split. So is that at least 3 inches there? Let's see. Nope. Need to get to there for it to be 3 inches. Might still be usable, but not what I was hoping for. So now I need to cut that off. And you know, I think I'm going to cut that, and then, well, that's not down yet. So let's just cut it on the old table saw again. I was hoping to be done with that already, but apparently not yet. The lathe giveth and the lathe taketh away, apparently. All right. And try and find center of my nearly done segment. All right. Pound this guy in again. Why is that? Where is that hitting? And why is that hitting? Okay. All right. See how that does. And I'm going to disconnect this cable behind me so that I don't trip on it, hopefully. Oh. All right, let's see where we're at. One 1.04, 1.07, 1.07, 1.11. All right. Test again. Okay, so 0.99 and then like 1.05, 1 point, a little more. like 1.01, 1.02 right in here, 1.04 or 5 in there. One point oh one, 0.98, 0.98, 0.97, 0.98. All right. I think I'm ready to move the tool rest, or at least drop the wrench. Looks like my rest isn't quite parallel to the workpiece. I don't know why I'm trying to use the wrench that direction. There we go. Hopefully that works. Test it. 1.11, 1.06, 1.06, 1.1, 9999. Okay. think we should be pretty close. 1, 1, 199, 1.01. So 1.01. So a couple spots to just take down a little bit. Nine nine 1 0.01. And it go just a little bit more. Perfect. All right. Obviously, this part is a little wider, but I didn't want to risk hitting there. So I need about 3-inch segments of this guy. So I'll just come back over here to the old table saw again. And I'm going to go with slightly smaller than 3 inches. And cut this guy off real quick. Alright, and oh, you know what? Maybe I should bring you guys over with me so you can also participate. So just cut that little chunk off that's a little wider. I'm gonna move my fence out there, and I'm gonna do like 2 7/8. That should give enough room for the glue. All right, there are my 4 1-inch dowels. So let's go test them on the workpiece. Actually, let's put away the jointer. put those with the workpiece while I get this put away. Oh, just missed the garbage. All right. Some maple wood, square, carbon steel lathe tools. Unplug the table saw again. Let's get the vacuum hose out of there. Get the power cable wrapped around the drill. All right, here we go. All right, jointer put away, tape mostly put away, extra dowel, Forstner bit. Let's see. All right. Punch away. Ruler over here. Okay. We've got some moment of truth going on here. All right. Dowels are fitting in okay. But that one doesn't seem to go down as far. Now let's see if those are as I was thinking they would be. Did I mismeasure on my? Yeah, all of these seem like half an inch too much. All of these dowels. That one's closer. So is that because I didn't drill as deep as I was expecting to? Let's see how deep my holes are here. Okay, that is less than 1.5 inches. That's more like 1.25. That's 1 3/8. That's about 1.5. It doesn't want to come out. So 1 1/4, 1 1/8. And then those don't want to come out. Okay, well, at least we've got a nice tight fitting dowels, right? Let's see. Okay. All right, so here, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, basically. All right, so do I make everything 1 1/2, or do I just cut the dowels to size? I think I'm more inclined to just cut my dowels. All right, so that is 1 1/4, and that is about 1 3/8. So let me take off an 1/8 here. Hold on. So this was 1 1/4, right? We need to take off 1/4. Yeah, I think I'll just take off 1/4 inch here. All right. So let's see how that does. All right, that's still a little too long. Okay. And let's see. So that's 1 1/2. That's 1 1/4. 1 3/8. And that is 1 3/8. So those two are basically the same. I use that one here. I'm still short. 1 3/8. It's a little. And then what was this one? 1 1/4. All right, so I need to go a little bit shorter with this guy. Still. Come on now. Hey, Johnny. Thanks for being here. Don't remember if I'd already noticed that or not, but appreciate your spending time with us. And that is still too much. But the rest of these, yeah, those are all untouched. All right, so that is 1 1/4. That's less. That's more. That's 1 1/4. What about here? That's just about perfect. That, let's see if that guy too. Yep. And this guy. Yep. Okay. So I think I'm going to go with that one there. And then this 1 1/4. And that one is 1 1/4. And so then these guys are one 3/8, 1 1/2. So I'll do these two, 1 1/4, 1 3/8. Two and 1 3/8, 1 1/4. So 3 1/4 or 2 1/4. All right, there's a quarter, right? Yeah. 2 1/4. All right, so 2 5/8. But I'm going to give some space for glue. So I'm going to cut those to 2 1/2. But I'll test it first. That should work. Cut another one that same length. Over here. See if this one does better on here. And all right, I think both of these could benefit from being 1/8 shorter. Okay. Okay, I think the problem on this one is that I didn't drill it straight enough. So that's my fault. All right, and then on this one, got 1 1/4 and 1 1/4, so 2 1/2. I'm actually going to try it right there. Just test it. Okay. We'll make that tiny bit smaller. Okay. I think it is time to glue. I'm going to use Type Bond 3 because this is going outside, so it'll be subject to plenty of moisture. And I think I'm going to let this Type Bond 3 sit upside down for a minute while I use this container that's a little more full. I am not going to be shy on my glue. And I'm going to apply glue on both sides. And I'll let the glue soak in for a bit while I go back around on all of these. So I'm going to do a little bit more glue in this first one. Just make sure there's good coverage all around. Okay. I'm not really worried about getting the dowels because the dowels will get plenty of glue everywhere once they're inserted into these mortises. Okay. All right. I'm going to start putting some dowels in some holes. Huh. I've got a big old crack on the side of this guy where the glue is leaking out. So I think I want to put some tape on there to stop the leaking. Oh, it looks like we've got the similar issue on the back side. So should have made the tape. Oh, all my glue is leaking out because I knocked that over. Not the smartest. That's what happens when I start pounding away with the mallet. All right. That should help. All right. All right. Got a similar issue here, I think, with glue leaking out, but seems relatively contained. All right. Just using some of the glue that spilled out of those legs to try and lubricate these dowels a little bit. Almost there. I think my wife is not pleased with my pounding. All right. All right. I think that should work. The main problem is I don't think I've got my angles quite, my splayed angles quite how I wanted them. But I'm not going to worry too much about that as long as I've got a good connection at the base. If I need to, I can clean those up later. But yeah. I think this one is our most problematic because I don't think this one was most off when I drilled the hole. This one's off a bit too. All right. Oh, hey, got Wes Does It in the house. Let's see, got a lot of chat to catch up on. Um, Let me move ye old camera so that you have to look at me and my hat. All right. Um, okay. What stupid thing am I probably doing? All right, so I am trying to fix this. So this is a fire pit bench that I made out of a log that was on the property when we first moved in a few years ago. So my wife said she didn't like the log that was hanging out by the fire pit. So I cut the log into slabs. And this is one of those slabs. Um, I took pieces of firewood or wood from the fire pit pile, firewood pile, and did mortise and tenon into the slab, and coated it with epoxy and with polyurethane, and then set it out by the fire pit, and lots of problems happened. And so now I'm trying to correct those problems. One of the things is that I've been drying this out because it still had tons of moisture in it. And so I dried it out. I've planed it, not entirely. So it's still got a twist in it, but it's close enough for what I'm doing. I cut off the legs, and then I've reattached them with dowels. I've also moved the location because, like, this one was this is where the tenon was before, and this is where the tenon was on that one. And then on here, this one's pretty close to where the tenon was, and that one's not too far off either. But one of the problems I had was that, especially with these legs, they were in too narrow and they didn't splay out enough. And so it became pretty unstable for anyone that was sitting on it. Um, so that's a big part of why I've switched out the legs. So I reattached them with dowels rather than having to cut tenons, and poorly. Poorly, I might add. I did the tenons and mortises very poorly. This time just doing dowels. And I've splayed them out 5 degrees. So did the mortises basically for the dowels at 1.5 inches in from each corner, and then splaying out 5 degrees. So I think that should be enough to keep it pretty well supported. Okay. Good thing I've got my ear. Yeah, the glue is. You know what? Let me take off the ear protection, Wes. Good point. And I probably don't need the eye protection on at the moment either. And okay, jealous of the hat. The hat can be yours, I believe. Oh, I don't have the hat in the shopping yet, but I will at some point. So you could have a hat like this, Wes. All right. Let's see. Radar. Hello. Is he building a stool? Can't quite see. No, it's a bench. So we're getting there. So just letting the glue set right now. And those pliers look great. Yes. Blue tape is the duct tape. Yes, absolutely. Table maybe. Live edge he's got there. Maybe a bench. Yes, a bench. A bench. Oh yeah, you are. Okay, get the ear protection. Yeah. So I've used the table saw, the bandsaw, the miter saw, the lathe, the planer, the jointer. Um, don't think I used the belt sander. Oh, the dust extractor, the shop vac. I've had plenty of reason to have ear and eye protection on today. Um, I don't think the bench cared for it. People fall off, that's on them. If they fall off, they're on them. Um, they're not on the bench, that's for sure. Now it's an easier time to re-drill than later, before the glue sets. Love the look. I wear baseball caps when I'm arm wrestling. How often do you arm wrestle, Wes? Um, and get a Pelado beanie, and we got a deal. You know, I think there actually is a Pelado beanie in the shopping deals, but I think it's out of stock right now. So we'll have to figure something out for you, Wes. But it's not yellow, so I don't know if you'd condescend to wear a non-yellow beanie. So once every 10 to 15 years. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to let that glue dry, set, and cure. And after that, I'm going to need to put some penetrating oil all over this guy. And I think I'll put some epoxy on the bottom of the feet, kind of like what I did with the plant stands the other day. That should protect them from soaking up water, soaking up moisture from being on the ground. And I'm just peeling all the dried glue off of my hands here. um, but yeah, you can see like how dark it is right in here. That's because of the glue and sawdust mixture. That actually, maybe you can't see it. Let me get you a little closer. I was telling you earlier about how poorly I did my mortise and tenons earlier. So after I had done them, I realized, hey, you know what? There's a huge gap. And so I took a bunch of glue and sawdust and basically jammed it all around my mortise and tenon joints so that I'd have a more secure joint. But so that's some of the remnant. But it was on all four of these legs. Might also be able to tell kind of over here and maybe over there a little bit, but yeah, so it's good times. Such good times. Glue can be good protection in some cases. Yeah, that's probably true. I probably could just put glue over the top, but I think I will just use an epoxy. But I'm not going to put that on yet because I kind of want to see how level this is. In fact, let's see how it does. Hopefully the glue is dry enough that it's not going to just run down. But let me try and give you a view here. Get the mallets and hammer put away. All right. Dare I flip it over? Here we go. It's a lot lighter now than it used to be. Hey, that's actually pretty stable. Got a little bit of a rock there. Okay. Looks like I need to break some of that off and probably break that off too, but it's a lot stronger, not as rotted. So yeah, before I put the penetrating oil on, I'm gonna need to use the old lap disc and angle grinder and sand some of this junk out. Gonna need to do some filler. Yeah, sand some of that. Should probably just break that chunk off. I've been trying to kind of save it, but the way it juts out now, I'd rather just get rid of it. You can see some of the epoxy that's kind of still there from that epoxy pour way back when. I'll tell you, when I did that epoxy initially, I was like, this was such a good idea because the colors, that it just popped. I was like, that is amazing. That is like, that's so good. And then it it did not weather well. Did not do well. So oh, okay. Let's see. Mustard. I would never wear yellow. Glue. Okay. Works. Glue. Did you? Yeah. Type on 3. Says do a flip. Yeah. Do a flip. Maybe on a trampoline, but even then, I'm getting old, man. Just casually rip off some wood, of course. Thought of an oil-based product. Yeah. So I'm going to use a penetrating oil. Um, so it'll have to be reapplied as it wears off, but it won't weather as poorly as epoxy did. But yeah, this whole area in here is kind of somewhat rotted, and I probably should have removed a lot more when I first made it, but I didn't. So anyway, here it is, functional. Even if that one leg is a little short relative to the other 3. I'm not sure exactly how that happened, but actually I somewhat understand. I'm gonna see if sitting right here will push the other one down a little more, but I don't think it's gonna help. So I guess the other thing I could do is just build up more epoxy at the bottom of this leg. Maybe I epoxy all 4 legs, but I just put a lot more epoxy on this one leg. Could do that. Be better for outside, yeah. Be really tough to get wood rot. Not to let water in somewhere. Oil will protect it, yeah. Nice bench for outdoors. You know, I hope so. I hope so. I've got another one already out there. And it might be getting light enough to be able to actually see it. That one also had issues. I had to remove the epoxy and polyurethane level layers. There's the garden that put in yesterday with some spaghetti squash and corn. There's the garden boxes I put in previously. All these little red pots are mint that I dug out of the garden area there. The mint just loves to proliferate. So my wife wanted to keep the mint though because she thinks it keeps the squirrels away. I'm hoping that the chicken wire covering the garden boxes will do the job of keeping the squirrels away, at least until the plants grow too tall for the um, chicken wire covering. And here's the other bench that I previously corrected. It's already got layers of penetrating oil on it. And then similarly, the legs are just, firewood from, the firewood pile from when we moved in. Similar to the other one. Now I did make 2 other benches from that same log, and those 2 benches are over here. I didn't have enough of the same kind of firewood legs, and so I just used those, but those were even less stable because I didn't really think to extend the feet out. So yeah, they rock pretty badly, especially this guy. So those ones are kind of over here in the corner so that no one tries to sit on them. So once I get once I get this other one done, then I can start working on those 2. But getting close. But the more I think about it, the more I like that idea of just adding some extra epoxy on that one leg. And then you can kind of see here kind of the rot on the side there. So maybe the floor is unlevel. Oh, that's possible, but I think it's mostly level in the garage here. Cool gardening spaces. Yeah, it's not too bad. It was pretty much all like this when we moved in, so very little of it has anything to do with me. But, and looks nice. Thanks. Definitely need display. Yes, absolutely. Got to run. Coffee in my morning routine is Dan. Hey, you know what? I'm going to take off as well. Thanks everybody for being here. Appreciate it. If you haven't liked the stream yet, go ahead and hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed yet, dude, what are you waiting for? If you haven't become a member yet, you're certainly welcome to become a member. You get early access to videos. You get other things that are not coming to my mind at the moment, including shout outs like, hey, Wes, thanks for being a member. And you get the special badges like you can see next to Wes's name in the chat. So all sorts of good stuff. Got very little grass to mow. Well, yeah, in that area. But if I take you over to the other part, I mean, it's not like an acre lot or anything. But over here, I've got grass to mow that I probably should mow. Over there is where I've been depositing my wood shavings as mulch. Right in here is where the willow tree was that I cut down. That's part of the remnants of the willow tree. And then this is a little apple tree that I multi-variety that I planted in there, and a cherry tree as well. And then we've got more lawn over here to mow, and then the front yard as well. So this is, the backyard is more lawn than in the front, but kind of oddly shaped. So the lawn in the front is probably it's probably at least this much, for this section here, probably at least that much in the front yard as well, but not terrible. So I just use a battery powered push mower. It works pretty well. All right, let's see if there are any other questions or anything. Whoa, getting a little wild. Very little grass smoke. Yeah, so not too bad, like I said. But thanks again, everyone, for being here. Appreciate it. And we will catch you all next time, and hope all goes well. Take care.